pillars of salt and pillars of salt and pillars of salt and pillars of salt. I hear techies dancing over one singing. Memories, my source. For some reason I can't explain why we let in the society would hate us. Those rule the world.
Sorry, I had to. Hi! Hi, everybody. Yes! We're gonna be continuing Ace Attorney, because last stream left me in a fit, and I refused to wait an entire week to continue. So I'm gonna do it now. And if I feel like we're close. I don't know if we'll actually finish it this stream. But if we do, we can continue with art. And if not, we'll just, like, stop in the closest to be continued. Because I'm like, oh. But anyway, let's get on with it. Let us switch over. Yeah, baby. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Ah! Behind the scenes. Anyway, let's go. Where we last left off, we finally... Don't worry about it. Eyes. Oh yeah, my eyes are still there. Some sick BTS content. Where we last left off, we're finally gonna get Edgar Benedict, or so he claims to be called, into the stand. And I feel like he's the culprit. I'm very certain he's the culprit. But anyway. Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Ginny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? I'll go to all this trouble and fight so hard. For the likes of me. What? Well, you saw it! That picture! What picture? Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder? Maybe she can give us the context of this? Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that think I did it, aren't they? Alien goose eggs will take the stand. Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you gotta have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Watch me. Of course I can. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. She's gonna tell us. Alright then. It was after we had that dinner together at your place. Right, Iris? Then we all had a chat in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. She's so cute. I want to give her head pats. After that, I just couldn't sleep. So I slipped out and went down to the street to 221 to Windybank's place. All I had to know if Iris' story was there or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking in lug with Windybank for safekeeping. At least, that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Windybank's? I just had to know if they was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all of that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick, and that's when... What do you think you're doing? Ah! Oh, nearly died, I did. The next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like... I don't know what. Ah, so it was just bad timing.
You're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery.
The manuscript. Have you got it here? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story?
I beg your pardon?
The hound of the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it.
I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers.
I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see if it's there. That's all.
Oh, you want to see it, do you?
I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go.
Oh, very well then.
Ah,
But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you?
so then the old cub unlocked the storeroom door, and we both went inside. And he was there all right, the manuscript. Sholmes wasn't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Guinea. Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up in the main bit of shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in!
Dear me, is there some burglars' convention here tonight that I don't know about?
I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry.
I'd better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back?
Oh, well, I'll come with you, Anne.
Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances.
And with that, he took the gun off my hands and walked back into his shop. I hung back in the storeroom, like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help and see. So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when... Oh! I had a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. 2 gunshots! And then there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it as quick as you like. Because he thought whoever had shot Mr. Windybank would come for you. Do pistola. Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least, but when I got a better look at him, I knew... Windybank was a goner. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kinda dizzy, and after that, I don't remember nothing. She must have passed out from the shock. Yeah, that must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was, if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Guinea. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That covert was in there in the afternoon. That Edgar Benedict. I still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing.
He was there that night. I knew it. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty.
You what? You can leave it all in Reno's capable hands now, Guinea.
Mr. Naruodo. Yes?
How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGill did. We told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with him, even though he was a killer.
No, I can never forget that. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what.
But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off a hook, for all we know. You're a child.
I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial.
You were?
Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it.
Oh, Reno?
But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend.
Every time they play the theme. Kazuma! Rinosuke, no one believes in you more than I do.
Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest.
I was so happy I cried! Oh, no! But even then,
somewhere inside me I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely.
Hello, my chunkus, Hakuni.
But I was wrong.
I am crying.
As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me.
No! No!
And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him.
I developed an absolute, unwavering love for him. Thanks, game. We didn't need our hearts. Hi! Welcome, you're just in time to hear me cry.
Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first.
Yeah. Faith for faith.
What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down.
Even though I'm a diver? And a no-good liar?
You're not like McGilded. I know that. Eh?
That's right! You're our friend, Guinea! Iris!
We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust.
Yes.
That's really all we need to know.
Exactly.
Mr. Naruodo, I...
Oh, she's crying! Now I'm gonna cry! I'm already tearing up, fuck. Ah, shut up! We're having a moment! Oh, man. Hold on. I need to wipe my eyes. Okay. Alright, sorry about that. Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. I know we're not in the trial! Stop playing Cosmo's theme! I can't take it! I'd been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This game gonna make me cry. This is it. The final chapter. The final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. You want more tears? Okay then. Place theme of your dead BF. Fuck. This is it. We're gonna finally get green eggs and ham in the fucking court. Eyeball! Yeah, eyeball! Watch over me, eyeball. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain was delayed the arrival. Fuck! Van Zeeks, stop farting! Stop farting, you freak! We're in the middle of court. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Heavy rain and thunder. Wine and cheese farts. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's process of the case, heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. Yeah, why did they not investigate that bullet more thoroughly? That's a good question, because it was there. Actually, no, I remember. The officers didn't want to report it because then they'd be staying there for even longer. At least the officer we saw at the time, he was like watching over that wall. It's like, if I fucking report this bullet, I'm gonna have to keep investigating. I haven't been home in 2 days. I just want to go home. It's like, no, you do your job. You're a cop. You do your job or don't be a cop at all. You meh. And although the defense's chemical analysis of blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in the courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. Please don't threaten the judge. My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggard Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. Let's see him. There's the brothers. There he is. Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. Of course, my lord. As an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, communications officer. His name... that fits with his cane. AG. Oh!
I will summon Pixel one day.
Etsy! Thank you for subbing for 4 months. Don't summon them. Don't summon them. They will destroy me. So his real name is Ashley Graydon, huh?
Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communications Station.
Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. We were apprised by the You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume? Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at the pawnbrokers on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. This really is beyond the joke, you know? Shut up!
Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath.
Gladly, my lord, gladly. Fuck. Fuck. Why does he do that? Alright, let's hear what you have to say. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. What kind of name is Graydon? It sounds like an appropriately British name.
So you deny the accusation completely, do you?
I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. Wow!
By golly!
How long am I expected to be detained here?
If following the defense's cross-examination your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately.
Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least. I will name my son after a color, the British. Yes, because he is white as can be.
Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
So, we meet again, Mr. Egbert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? Yeah, why'd you lie about your name? My apologies. Fuck you. My apologies. You are Rinosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon. Enchanté. Get his white ass. I will. Gladly. So. Oh! Oh! My hat now. My hat now. Ah! I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. It's mine now. Mr. Eggman himself. I've been owned by accident! Oh no! I need to go to the website www.mr.eggman. Graydon is his last name. That's not his given name. Well, I feel sorry for him then. His real name, his given name is Ashley. Ashley? Ashley. I think that's a name that was given to boys in earlier times, right? The start of this testimony. I used to roll the dice. Okay, this doesn't really seem important, but Ace Attorney, you need to press everything. So,
Hold it!
yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time.
It was Mr. Eggard Benedict, I believe.
Objection!
Shut up, you! The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. Why is him refusing to give us his name when he was there unrelated? You can't be serious! Yeah, you can't be serious! Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. How is it inappropriate? So he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort to not give anything away. This could be tricky. Yes.
Hold it!
Yes, actually. Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No. I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggard Benedict! I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce! Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in the British court anyway? Fuck you? Fuck you? Fuck you? Well, needless to say, fuck you.
Hold it!
He is racist. I'm not surprised.
Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You were able to prove that?
Objection!
Don't Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend, for you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You'll fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness.
Silent victory wiggle. Cease the racism, Van Dickhead. Oh, victory wiggle. I'm so happy that he called it a victory wiggle.
Even as certain parties who claim that my blood was found at the scene because it was.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime, there's no question of that. Sholmes' chemical analysis was positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate different blood samples by— Spare me the science lesson! Who is this Sholmes character, anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a a renowned detective. So, even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective.
Okay, that's kind of funny.
A great detective, you say?
Oh, me.
Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? Wait, who's... Oh.
Nash, you got something to say?
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin?
Eh? What? Me?
No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you.
What? I've had enough to hear with this. How many times have I got to tell you?
Yes, I know. You're not Big Bruv Silky. Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Eh? Cool, blimey, Governor. You what?
Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court?
Eh? My thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must be him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing! Honest God, nothing! I was just thinking. If he waves his arm around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. We got him. We got him! We got him! What wound? Well, he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, you know, I was worrying for him, and... Oh, hell's bells! Ha ha! Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? Uh-huh. What?
Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm.
My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon. I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations.
We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain.
Yeah, he's like, I have no injury. But my arm is like really sore all of a sudden. And he's like, his arm just falls off.
No, I refuse.
You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. It's like so obvious though. As I've clearly said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. That is a lie. That is the biggest lie. I take offense to the insinuation that I was in any way involved.
You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery.
My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony.
Very well, counsel.
Even the judge is like,
That was a very obvious lie, you shithead. But I will have the defense prove it.
the bottom line is I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. That is a big lie. We literally have a picture of you. Or we did, rather. Oh, we still have this. What if the judge just said shithead? I thought we had the picture of the guy in the pawnbrokery, but I guess not. We do have this though. Maybe this will work. Let's press it just in case. Never had anything to do with it? You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I am not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to finish my study.
Objection!
Objection! No! You were there to redeem an article!
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Right.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Excuse me.
Yeah, Gregson knows. Do you have something to add, Inspector? Come again, Sunshine. You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. The whole gallery gasps.
Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall.
And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article.
Well, now,
Huh? Why are you trying to hide it? Gregson? Gregson? Why are you trying to hide it? Gregson? Please! Gregson, don't tell me! No! Gregson, my boy! Not you! What? No! Gregson, no! He's dirty! He's dirty! No! Gregson bad! No! I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? But you must! I'm not gonna lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. No! Gregson! Alright, you got a point there. Sorry. Gregson, what the fuck? Pero idiota! I can't believe it. Gregson is dirty. I take back if he's not being blackmailed or something, and he's like actually dirty and working with Mr. Eggman, I take back every good thing I've ever said about him.
Gregson showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Windy Banks.
Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say.
Yeah. Yeah, he's literally right there. That's what I wanted to present. Carl will remember that. I will remember that. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question.
Yeah, fucker. At no point have I denied that fact.
Yes, you did! Yes, you did! The bottom line is I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where that man was killed. Fucker! That's being involved with the pawnbrokers! What are you going on about? What is this kangaroo court? What the fuck is this nonsense? I merely entered the shop to pursue the articles on sale and have a word with the broker, but I had nothing to do with the establishment. Absolutely nothing at all. Nothing more. That's still being involved! Gregson. Gregson. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? What's the command for Pixel Curve's pop mouth? I think it's Pixel Pop. Like, let me... I believe it's Pixel Pop. Yeah, there it is. Pixel Pop.
That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Reno?
I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away.
The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better.
Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers.
Yes, they were the key to it after all.
So he says he has nothing to do with Windy Banks. Well, we know that's not true.
Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record.
Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could be a valuable weapon. Alright, let's look through the court record really quick.
projectile we discovered lodged in Mr. Sholmes' pouch. It caused one of the files to explode, injuring Mr. Sholmes. Can we investigate it? This is the bullet that was fired from the Skulkin brothers' gun on the night of the incident.
Yes, so it turns out it never actually entered Hurley's body at all.
Thanks to the thick leather of that pouch he was wearing, it saved him.
Hurley's always lucky like that.
Well, considering what he had to go through in the hospital, I wonder how lucky he really was.
Oh dear, poor Hurley.
Oh, the whole thing can be examined, so I imagine it says all the same thing. Okay. Oh, look. There's a hole on the back. It doesn't look like much of a bullet hole, but clearly something ripped through the leather with great force.
Something must have pierced it somehow to have left this hole behind.
Yes, it looks that way. Mr. Sholmes and his pouch both took a beating, didn't they?
These glass vials are full of Hurley's homemade potions.
Homemade?
Yes, like fingerprint powder to show up where people have touched things. And scent amplifying solution to intensify a smell lingering on an object.
That's amazing.
They're all very easy to use. There's just one thing that you have to be careful of. They're all very flammable.
Mr. Sholmes is a walking bomb! He's also the bomb. Either he's passionate about finding out the truth, or just oblivious to the dangers. He could be both. He could absolutely be both. I mean, there's also this. The very obvious thing.
So this is blood, probably from someone's fingertip.
Well deduced. But not just somebody's fingertip. Mr. Benedict's fingertip.
That man dressed in all white.
Yes. It happened that afternoon at Winniebank's. Oops. Hold on.
Here we go.
Gina tried to snatch this disc out of the man's hands, and the sharp little bumps cut his thumb.
So the lesson is, if someone tries to grab a music box disc from you, let go quickly.
The lesson is, don't snatch things, surely? For McGilded. We never did examine this.
You have to pop your two prints in here to start with, you see?
And then, when you look through the eyepieces, you can see the image in 3 dimensions.
The important thing is to get right in the position of the two prints.
I don't know who came up with the idea of a stereoscope, but it really is quite fascinating. Fascinating. Gun. This is Mr. Winniebank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty.
Mr. Winniebank always used to keep this gun to hand on his shop counter.
Yes, but only ever with a single bullet loaded. I understand.
That's right, to keep all the pawned articles that were in his care safe.
But his one bullet was fired that night, and the poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the articles safe? Naruto looking directly into the barrel of a gun. That's what I love doing that when an Ace Attorney game gives me the option to investigate like a gun or something. I must. I'm gonna save really quick. I feel like we do have to present something here. Let's see. Maybe the music box disc?
Objection!
Yep! Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why, is this supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Winniebank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Christina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I've reiterated numerous times now, you're mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny little metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations.
Car become a voice actor. This is a threat. Ah, I'm both threatened and flattered. You got your blood on it, you dumbo. Yeah. If he won't let us check his shoulder, he can't deny letting us check his thumb. The cut is probably still there. I'm doing my job.
So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Order! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon. It would appear that there has been something of a misunderstanding here. He's probably going to say that he got the scratch from, like, something unrelated. I did not attempt to take the disc, as he put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? No, it wasn't. It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. What you gonna say? There's a note on the disc saying, "Former gilded," but that item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. That's not true. Did I hear you correctly, sir? For McGill, did you say? The famous London philanthropist? The famous dead London philanthropist? He's now the famous London corpse, who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder. Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Good lord! Mr. Graydon! Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Oh! He's not denying it. He's not gonna deny it, is he? Interesting. How are you two connected? Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windybanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windybanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc. For some reason.
What if this guy was completely innocent and had nothing to do with this crime? He shouldn't be so suspicious then.
Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please.
We got the crowd murmur, baby! There is no way Awestruck Giant Hand is innocent. Oh, no, yeah. He is got, like, suspicious written all over him. White sus! White sus! White sus! White sus! I saw him venting into the pawnbrokery. White definitely sus. I saw him venting. Amogus. Amogus. There's a...
Hold it!
Would you care to explain how this belongs to you?
As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary.
You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir.
So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that was your overcoat. Obviously, and in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet there is a note on it that reads, "For McGilded." I am a collector of rare and unusual music box music. No, you're not. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in this city, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area.
So, the disc in question.
It's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly.
Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she?
No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury.
Oh dear. This is complicated, isn't it?
Let's leave it alone for the time being.
Where the lie at?
Actually, hold on a second. Article deposited, one gentleman's overcoat. Mr. Windybanks appears to have used the back of this photograph to write out the redemption ticket. He's written it very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper, so he had to use anything he had to hand.
Yes, it did. It did rip because it didn't fit him at all. Because it's not his overcoat. It's McGilded's. Or maybe it wasn't McGilded's. Wait, no, it wasn't McGilded. It was Thrice Fired Mason's overcoat. Wait. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. Hold on. No. Hold on. Yes, I know. I realized it. I know. Shut up. Shut up. The coat is Thrice Fired Mason's, or Middleton's, or whatever his name is. The music disc was in the pocket of the coat. And the music disc says, "For McGilded." Was he getting the disc from Mason? Was there, like, gonna be some exchange for this disc? What is this music disc? Why is it so important? I was hoping that it would say that it, like, for McGilded, but no. Huh?
One small box, 10 shillings. Dong dong, dong dong, dong dong, dong dong dong. Mr. Windybanks appeared as usual. Okay, so it's the same thing.
It contains the next part of Delta Room, that's why it's so valuable.
I wish we could figure out a way to play this thing.
Hold it!
So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag?
That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in this insalubrious areas her kind frequent.
I did not see what Tobias Fox posted. I know he posted something, but I haven't seen it yet. I will check it out later. Miss Lestrade did no such thing.
Well, of course he would take that stance, but the girl's a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windybanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc.
Objection!
Oh!
Ooh, that's gonna be fun then. My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense.
Nonsense?
I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear?
It's not conjecture, it's the truth!
Yes, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be.
If only we still had that paper he threw away.
I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article.
Hold it!
Had you ever been to Windybanks before?
So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct?
Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course. Such is the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place.
He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this.
In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it?
That's right. This was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to
Is that right?
as evidence.
I love how he's like, Mr. Gregson said, I didn't see him there. And yet he's claiming he knows that Gregson took the disc. Huh. Cheeky.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Inspector?
What do you mean?
Please don't be dirty. The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way.
No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone.
Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions?
I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine!
What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets.
Yes, exactly! You should know all about that.
Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial two months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too.
Where are you going with this, Fonseeks?
I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they?
That's enough! Couples like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know.
Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. Ooh, hold on. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector.
Bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's portraits first.
What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. Sorry, I just need to check something.
Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all that he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony.
Gladly, my lord.
Gladly, my lord.
Hold it!
Hold it! But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items?
No, not at all.
Oh.
A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac.
In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc.
Have you not been listening, man?
Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. There was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. No? So there was nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after? I wonder if that's really true.
Oh, Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it.
I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. Yeah! McGilded slid the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windybanks. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket.
There was no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth.
The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day.
But Grexy's being very strange about all this.
There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. I know what to present, I think. Let's save just in case. You can see Car's brain working overtime right now. If I had a gif of, like, smoke, like a transparent gif of smoke just, like, going up, I could put it, like, right behind my little character to make it seem like my brain is smoking. Present balls.
No.
Objection!
Yes, there we go. Now to hold up. Present balls. This disc was deposited at Windybanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbroker again that night.
Objection!
Shut up! Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Oh, this music is so good, though. Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windybanks, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windybanks pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, I can't read. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers.
This is the second ticket, is it?
What had the man deposited?
The article description reads, "One small box."
A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box?
I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did.
This is absurd! Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article has been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft.
That's a good point.
Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument.
So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
Oh. It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? Can you stop being vague and use your words like a regular man? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windybank's pawnbrokery. The rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious! Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras.
Haley's red-handed recorders again.
As previously explained, using this plan of the shop's layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windybank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, McGilden's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days after the incident, at 9 p.m. on 13th of April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken from one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on 15th of April.
Fun fact, Naruhodo is Japanese for I understand. That's right. That is this little pun. I feel like they named him like they named Phoenix, right? As like a little pun because it might sound like C Nix, right? But who knows? The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear.
And here we have another print.
Oh!
This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident.
I like when Ryunosuke went, "Excuse me," and raised his hand. I like it too. It was cute. Guess we gotta look at what moved. What moved? Oh. I guess we have to compare the pictures.
I see. So we have two pictures to compare.
Something did move.
Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold.
I can see it, like, very clear as day, what moved. It was the horse statue.
Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard we considered theft as one of possible motives in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. It was the imposter! So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question, and my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Ah! I don't believe it! If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilden's pawn box, I might have been able to break him down at last.
You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same.
What? So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion?
I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere? I know what I have to do, but I don't know which option to pick. Use a piece of evidence. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something, if I may.
Try something? What do you mean, counsel?
I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy.
I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify a discrepancy between the two prints?
This thing.
Take that!
I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the two prints stereoscopically.
Oh! Yes, you've caught the bug at last! You can't resist it, can you? You've got the cross-eyed compulsion!
Juror number 3. What a surprise.
Come on, Reno. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now look for the eyepiece.
I wasn't sure at first, but there is a clear discrepancy between these two prints.
What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak of.
Oh man. This is really hard, actually. I can't see it. Like, do you guys see it? Because I can't. I mean, I guess the horse statue was pretty, like suspicious. Oh, but there's also the music box that you mentioned. Yeah. Oh man, the PM is also popping out too. Oh man, there's so much to pick. You have to squint real hard. You gotta cross your eyes. Oh man, I just have no idea.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them.
What? How did no one notice that though? It was like so. It was so obviously moved. How did no one notice that? It's really obvious. Look at the... Yeah, it's like... One's more to the left, and in the other picture, it's more to the right. Gregson, your fries!
When you view the two pictures stereoscopically... Ba-ba-da-da! A single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box.
Let me... Wait. Unbelievable!
He looks so silly. So that's how you hold it. Okay. He's still doing it.
By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary.
What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Windybanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves.
Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact...
Yes! The very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints!
Objection!
Mindless guesswork! What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed.
That may be true, but... Alright, McGilded's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? Yes! Yes, actually. Yes, actually, it does change everything. Because, like... The box belonged to McGilded, so obviously you would want that. But he left the box. So...
He was looking for something else, right? Yeah. When he first showed up to the shop, he was like, I'm sorry, I was expecting 2 items? Maybe he thought maybe something was supposed to be inside the box. And he grabbed the box to take the item out of it, and then put the box back. Yep, I think I got it. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might be inside that box. Yep. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windy Banks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. Are you daft? Literally, McGilded is like, his hands are all over this case, Van Zeeks. Anything related to McGilded is related to this case at this point, so you have to investigate it. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Exactly. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to the Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. Yeah, there you go. Alright, buckle up. Car's almonds are activating. My almonds are activating! The nuts in my brain. Wait, no. No! Forget I said that. I didn't say that. Forget I said that. I didn't say that. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese speciality, it would seem. Shut the fuck up. No, I'm not Nutbrain. I'm not Nutbrain. I'm Big Brain. I'm Big Brain. No! My brain is massive and sexy as hell. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning, that this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly! It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. Well, tough nuts. We already have a bailiff going to get the box, so we'll see if what's real and what's not. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. Shut up! Okay, hold on. Fuck you. How dare you? How dare you? What the fuck is your problem, you racist piece of shit? We realize that we fucked up there. You don't have to rub it in our faces. What and... I hate Van Zeeks. I want to punch him so bad. God, what an asshole. I hate his guts. I want to punch him. This article... The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. Didn't you just say the music disc was yours, though? You were just claiming that the music disc was yours, though. You know, it does make a rather lot of sense. It's not as if it was a gold or jewel, is it? Oh, goodness knows Mr. McGilded is rich enough.
But you can't deposit cash at a pawnbrokery. The prosecutor's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument.
Oh, there it goes. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable?
Well, we'll just have to wait and see until we get the box now, won't we?
Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case?
Get the mop, Oliver. Tiny Tim, Tiny Jim, go!
Yes. What's the matter, Reno? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence.
Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know Miss Gilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information.
Oh no!
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury.
But Guinea... Could it be that Van Zeek's nose? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe... This could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry? What do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it that you always say, Reno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time.
Alright. The exact significance of the things that Gilded deposited with Mr. Windybank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Testify or leave it? My brain is saying have her testify. Because new information is always good. But we saved, so let's see what happens. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal.
Oh? What proposal, counsel?
While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGild's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand.
The defendant? To what end?
It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windybanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all.
Well, well, things are becoming interesting.
I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. I have.
Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to explain that last remark?
The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal.
I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness to hear from the accused herself. Very well. If you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. The witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice.
Then I shall bid you good day.
He's not saying you can leave. He's just saying you won't have to stand in the testimony bench. Wait.
You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies.
Uh-huh.
As you wish. Alright then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here.
Good luck, Runo.
Here she is. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windybank's pawnbrokery. Are you intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago?
Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well.
That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now, here we all are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my new pony's friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets.
Gotta go eat. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the good luck. I hope you enjoy your meal.
Eat! Eat!
Nighto!
Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder, but as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. The murder, in fact, took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom, in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself.
Be that as it may, I recall neither this nor this small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings.
Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But... Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose.
Ginny, don't listen to him! Please, you have to trust Runo now!
Iris!
We're on your side!
Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about its ears. So be it.
I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbour secrets of which have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. I must confess, I didn't.
Come on, Ginny, we gotta take acupuncture grease stain down!
You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements.
This is it then. Everything's going to come out, like Van Ziek said.
This could bring the whole courtroom down to my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk.
Truth is, that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call all the slops. That's when McGilded slid the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Good grief, this is outrageous! What you've told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago!
As you say, my lord.
Then there's every chance. I may have adjudicated an error in McGilded's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up a most wicked of schemes.
Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable.
I don't believe it! The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. That McGilded fellow was rotten to the core. Just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They were all in on it together. You're wrong! The lawyer! Mr. Narrator, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it!
Humbug!
I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that?
He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get a man off scot-free!
Unforgivable! Stop! The lies have to stop! Stop.
Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's Rapond articles must be brought to light. The racism be popping out for real. Very well, my learned student friend. I've been demoted to student. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing.
Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruto.
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord.
Blimey, Miss Naruto. Now, counsel, proceed with your cross-examination.
And we know she's telling the truth. So it'll be just like... Hold on.
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Mrs. Reed? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats? Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claim Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not?
False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say,
I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Hey! 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 What are you...
Hey!
What the fuck? Why are they whispering to each other?
Gregson! He is dirty! Hey! 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 Grexy! What are you doing?
Oh man, he is dirty! Oh no! What the fuck? We trusted you! After Care Gryffindor and Craig Hager, what art thou doing? You knew! I want to pursue because, like, look at them, but I feel like it will be, like, bad.
I think it was about money or something.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind.
Well, anyway, they got loud and louder and started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over to the floor. It was bleeding loud and all.
And I believe you let out an involuntary scream.
Yeah. That's what gave me away. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the code line on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And then he set the code with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at the time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was, and where I lived and that. He asked about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. Egg.
Hold it!
There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. Bruce Fairplay and Lady First. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up and the horses and McGilded got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back under the... Thank you for the jorts. Oh, excuse me. Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the 2 coves from the roof ran off to fetch the schlops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah. Only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe.
Beppo!
A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves.
Beppo. Beppo Bismol. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened, and stuff like that, mainly. People. People! That's when McGilded slid the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop around back.
Hold it!
That pawn shop obviously being Windy Banks on Baker Street.
Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well?
Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbroker slipped his mind when he was in the stand.
Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks.
McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up, all careful-like, before handing it over.
That's a people.
When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it has gotta be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windybank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the bulk trotter called to me and told me to come out with the drag's cabin. From the drag's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Hold it!
Threatened you how, exactly? Told me I'd only been able to scupper if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said.
Which was?
He told me I'd have to hang on to a ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
A ticket? Well, I never.
said that if you didn't show up to get the ticket off me from 2 months past, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in luck, to stop it from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with the pawnbroker before the arrival of the police, it makes no sense at all.
There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Windybank was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I left it before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that.
Guinea's really put her faith in you, Bruno.
Yes, and to think her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial is over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible.
It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement.
I suppose I should.
Oh, and another thing.
What's that?
Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time?
Yes, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Car every time Gina says that.
Hold it!
Can I press them? Can I like pursue them? Even though I don't have the thing? Because they're like talking to each other. Let me see.
Excuse me.
Nope, I guess not. Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Oh, I guess I was. Inspector! Mr. Graydon! Whoa! Robbie, you're trying to give me a heart attack? You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? What's this, fella? Pull the other one, sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with this shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say with this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Grugsley Afterburner Ginseng, cease your secret discussions post-haste!
Thank you, Mr. Strayed. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus.
It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc, however, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point! This disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way! Although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, Cove died right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the article as your own?
Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
Eh? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
My lord! The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court inspection, sir. Here we go! Box!
Box time! The mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle.
Ah, to be continued. Oh man. I know I said I would stop and then to be continued, but God, I thought we would be done. I can't stop. I can't stop. I want to continue. That's a pretty box.
So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. On the night of Mr. Windybank's murder, the only item on the shelf that was touched by whoever broke it into the shop.
Quick, quick! Let's open it and see what's inside! Oh! Eh? Eh? It's a music box player!
Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems.
Wow!
Although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement.
Maybe we can play the disc!
Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord.
We gotta play this! We gotta play this! We gotta play the disc!
So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc deposited at Windybank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake?
I'm just excited.
Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box to Mr. McGilded? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music box on the disc, my lord.
Oh, the music on the disc, my lord.
Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Hold it!
Whoa!
Wait, my lord!
Gregsy? Don't you try to stop us!
Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? That music box and the disc are, well, they're all related to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
No! What? Are you kidding me? This disc may well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there is every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened.
The prosecution has no objection. But no! That piece of evidence is police property.
I don't care.
Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. No further delays, please. Play the disc.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go. Is that Morse code?
What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music.
No. It's just the same notes playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Eh?
Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken.
Broken? It can't be, can it?
Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom.
well, with much regret. I fear the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues.
Can it still be submitted into the court record so I can examine it?
Are you ready to move on, counsel?
Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? Can I examine it? Is it? No, it's not. It could be a clue. I want to examine it. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord.
Good lord! But how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel! Mere noise! I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever!
That's right! She can read Morse! It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponi's friend, answer me this. Oh! Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? Well, if you'll examine it, I could tell you. The defense believes that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be.
Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Bruno.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponi's friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it would be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is. Yet.
Bruno, I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris. So it's not broken. Alright, well if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sound it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Eh? Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Oh, by Jove, I think he's got it.
Something's just struck me, Bruno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes.
Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now.
The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponi's friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation.
Alright, I'll give you your proof. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box disc are... Oh wait, evidence? Evidence? We have to present evidence now? Evidence? Do we have anything related to Morse? Oh! Oh! Whoa, 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 whoa. That's right. The paper. Yeah, I did. I forgot, though. Classified secrets may have been locked. Yeah, there it is.
Take that!
Today's paper, Council. The headline is Pawnbrokers Perish in Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause.
No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page.
Further down. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter. Being investigated at the highest level, I understand.
I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please! Stop. Oh, Misa!
Whatever is the matter?
You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not?
Yes, that's correct.
And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports.
Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important.
Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound?
You don't mean to say... Is it?
That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code.
But... I don't believe it!
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order! Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment! Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? What is capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason, punishable by death. Ooh, death! Ooh. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do! I've had to stand here in silence while the pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Shut up, only I can be racist here. Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. That being a most flagitious offense, is that how you say it? That being a most flagitious offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less a serious crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. I thought we were almost done. Oh boy. So then...
Hold it!
Oh! Oh! These two! You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie.
Name's Ringo Skulkin, and we ain't baddies enough to sell our motherland.
That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers.
Eh?
Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Oh, they're gonna testify too? Oh boy. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sound produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with the Gilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do.
If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Oh! Did they just say what I think they said? Did they really just say what I think they said? Bruh. Mr. Skulkin. What Mr. do, Governor? What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? Are they gonna admit it because they don't want to be given the death penalty? Cause even though they were accomplices, they didn't really do anything, and they didn't know. They just claimed they had no idea. And if they had known, they wouldn't have done it. So maybe they won't get a bad sentence if they admit to it.
Oh, my fingies. Ooh, 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 my fing. Ah, ooh, ah, ooh, ah.
Ooh, I don't know if you could hear all that. That was my wrist, the last one. We did, Gov! We did! Wow! I like these dudes! Quiet down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. I creak like a chair. That's why I have the stretch redeem. The way I sit, I'm all all scrunched up. So I need to stretch, and it causes my bones to go. Granted, those were just my hands. I like to pop my hands a lot. But my knees also crack really loud. Don't call me a nerd. I ain't no nerd.
little rotten getting us mixed up in all this monkey business? You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job.
And what about the geezers whose shop it was, eh? Poor bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Nah.
Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. It reminds me of that comic panel where the Joker threatens to kill Red Skull when he finds out he's a Nazi and says, I may be a supervillain, but I'm also an American. Stand back, boys! That's pretty good.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it to the court record as evidence.
Yay, finally! We can examine it. Oh, finally! Oh, excuse me. Let's examine that thing. Let's see. What can we learn about this? This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it?
Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the cone with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth in the column are different lengths so that each one produces a different tone. But this cone is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length.
Well, what does that mean?
It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before.
Yes, it is strange. A music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. Because Morse code, baby! It's a very pretty box. Oh, what? Button? Button? Oh! What is it, Rena? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as... Eh?
Ah, you're right! Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it!
Alright then, here goes. Bingo! Well, what do we have here?
Look at that! There's another movement on the other side.
So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side?
Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together.
They're linked?
So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time.
Well, what do you know? So there's two now, huh? So if we had that other disc, we would get the full message. Who would have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box?
And this movement is like the other one. The cone's teeth are all the same length.
So this movement is only produces a single tone like the other one?
Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the two cones isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard.
What?
Basically, each movement can only produce a single note,
but the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play two notes. Will that update the thing? No. So it would have to be, you would have to place it like this. Very interesting. A two-sided music box. Now if we had the other disc.
Hold it!
So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted?
How could I possibly know?
What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information.
Oh no! Stop! Must say something! Stop!
Oh, let me guess. Juror number 5.
We regulate communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Grayton is the team leader.
Hey, thank you. That's fascinating. Thank you for sharing that information with us, juror number 5.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon? Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them.
Oh, no, stop. Must say something, stop. Hi! Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the Cyphers Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now.
This lady is the MVP of this fucking case. She is like listening to Graydon fucking lie through his teeth and being like, no, that's wrong. You could do it. That's fascinating. He's about to kill this juror.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
Well, your idol would appreciate it if you would keep your mouth shut.
She should really pick her idols more carefully.
I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded.
I don't know about that, bud. The sounds produced aren't even Morse code.
Hold it!
Wrong! They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds.
Of course, of course.
Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code.
What? Is that like common knowledge? I don't fucking know Morse code either. Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance.
Ha ha ha. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir.
A lesson? Here in court?
Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct tones.
Tones, you say?
Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters.
I see.
For example, this is A. And this is B. Ba, 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 ba. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you?
But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything.
But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds.
So your assertion is fundamentally flawed.
This is not Morse code.
No!
Really? You shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. Ugh, stop. Nothing to say but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government's secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely.
Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Give it a try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponi's friend? Repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum. It's already been established that to be Morse code, two tones are required. Dots and dashes.
Yes, I'm well aware of that.
Then what? Well, it would appear that the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code?
Da 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 da! Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, biggest ball. I needed that. That feels so much better. I always sit with my legs crossed out of habit, so I always forget to stretch my legs.
Bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Ba ba da da. Ta-da!
Got it! Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the other side, underside of the music box. What?
It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sound of both will play back at the same time.
Good heavens!
As the court has heard, Morse code compromises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. Bum, 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 bum.
This is beyond a joke!
I'm sorry.
This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims.
Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago striking a deal over the discs or discs.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly! I had nothing whatsoever to do with it! Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue.
The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somehow. I haven't found it yet. Oh dear. It looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Reno.
You will reiterate your testimony, if you please, Mr. Graydon.
If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination.
It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man.
Is there really no relation to him? No, not really. His name is Graydon. Yeah, I don't know how they could be connected. I thought maybe he had the same name or something, but no, I guess not.
Hold it!
Maybe he lied about that too, I don't know. So, 2 months ago in the omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Yes, he said he had no relation. And I wanted to see if maybe, like, maybe he's lying? That's a thing, right? Like, or I think he means, like, he has no relation to the brickmaker, not McGilded. But even then, he like, went back on that, too, because then he said that he doesn't own the disc, but then right after he claimed that he was gonna that the disc is mine, I mean, that it was his, and he was gonna give it to McGilded, like... His testimony is all over the place and very wishy-washy. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan's quarter for some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. I got the gloves on. The second Ash and Blood Gundyr steps outside, it's on sight. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together.
If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony.
Hold it!
I've been wanting to talk to these two. Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean?
That's it. That's it, Gup. It's a yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me. Thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the water had a dodgy job for us. Eh? Yes.
Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know. Sure, let's say Graydon's an old shiner.
Oh, look at him! Look at his face! Look at his face! Oh my god! Okay, hold on. I know these two are like criminals and they shot Shones, but he looks adorable. He's like a big old hamster. Look at that smile. Look at him. If he wasn't like a thief that was, I mean, even then, they're both kind of stupid. They're like the lovable kind of criminals, you know? I shouldn't say that, actually.
Excuse me.
Ah! Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin?
Eh?
Look at him! No, the other Mr. Skulkin.
Well, who? Me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have the right old laugh together way back when.
Eh? Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash, I mean. You look at him now and now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't have believe it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us.
Oh? Ooh! Huh! So he was poor. Who gave that man a pear? I don't know. Who gave him an apple? Is that so?
But he was always a leery one. He had the brains. He had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Cool, blimey. And ain't that the truth? Remember Middleton and Skulkin's milk run? Huh? Huh? What? I was joking! Oh, this changes everything! Excuse me? That was a call, guy. Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. What? The geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Yes! Yes! Add it to the testimony! My lord! Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more! The Skulkin's never skulkin'! Milverton and Skulkin's milk run. Cool, those were the days. Them were the days. I can't read. I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? I would die for them. Me too. Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what all it was. That's what it all was. That's what it all was about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate on what? The business name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from?
Oh, right. I thought a clever clogs like you would have worked at it one hour, but... Oh! Enough of this! How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't... Shut up!
Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only on the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject?
Because well...
That's his name, isn't it?
It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be a Milverton to us.
There it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. You see what I'm saying? 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 We got him. There it is. We have come to the truth at last. His real name is Milverton. Ashley Milverton. She took the name in the divorce. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it?
Of course not! This is all bunkum. Bunkum? This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of those two thieves,
You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details would have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. He's helping us finally!
Ah!
Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable. For once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then? Is that correct? Very well. Yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. And could turn out to be extremely important. Gee, you're telling me, Ryunosuke! Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. All of a sudden, we seem to be up on our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although, all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage.
It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Guinea overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windybanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilton.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was so horribly murdered.
If only there was some link between the two men somehow.
I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. These two. Let's see, what's a good spot to present the information? Maybe here?
A skulkin's never skulkin'.
So I say we have to present the omnibus case files here. So let's see. Can we present? No, we cannot present people records, but we can present evidence. So we're gonna present this.
Objection.
Yep, we got him. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. We need a car animation of them doing the skulkin dance. Oh my god, I would love to do that actually. You have returned for dinner. Oh my god! You have missed so many big revelations! Holy shit! You have missed so many big revelations! There is so much we need to talk about. Okay. Okay, so here's what we got so far. We found out that this disc and this music box plays 2 discs, and the 2 discs aren't music, they play Morse code, and they contain secret government secrets. Like confidential government secrets. And also we found out that Ashley Graydon's real name isn't Graydon. His name is Milverton. And we just connected that he is related to Mason, Thrice Fired Mason, because his name is Mason Milverton. I think that was his dad. That might have been his father.
Explain yourself, please, counsel.
I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded.
Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton.
Milverton? Do you mean to say, saints alive?
Yeah, that gives him way more reason to set McGilded ablaze. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Also, Edgar Benedict's real name, he told us was Ashley Graydon, but now we found out it's Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker Mr. Mason Milverton was your father?
I don't.
As I believe I've mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it onto McGilded in collaboration with your father. Ah! Nice spin, dude. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? The Big Egg family. That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded.
By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel?
Yes. Stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it onto McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands.
And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever.
But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker, Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Windybanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. Gee, is that injury of yours still hurting? But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh?
We never knew enough about that!
On the night that Mr. Windybank was killed, the intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, the music box.
As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed.
Free my boys, they only did one thing wrong. Yeah, just give him, like... And even then, they didn't kill Sholmes. Hell, they didn't even... the bullet didn't even go into him. They caused injury, yes, they should be tried for that. But they're no murderers. They had no idea. If anything, they're victims in a sense. Poor dudes. Try them for shooting Sholmes. And, you know, for being robbers. So the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The poor guys being scapegoats. Yes, they were scapegoats! Shit, that sucks, especially since they considered, like, Ashley, I'm just gonna call him Ashley, their friends, because they were thieves together, I guess. Or rather, they were poor together. They were friends. Aw, man. Poor dudes. They broke the one rule. The Skulkins were a Skulkin. Aww. The answer is obvious because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night, 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense! Eh? Oh, someone's got an ouchie. Someone's got a little boo-boo on his arm. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Ah! 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet... That's a lot of blood he lost, too. Struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? What's that ketchup on your arm? He's got you now, me old China.
Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon.
Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common back-slum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windybanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I've sustained an injury in the course of my adventures.
But that is all. I admit to nothing more.
Really? You're still gonna deny it?
Stealing government secrets. Negotiated with Mr. McGill did.
Yeah, make your injury worse.
As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort.
He's not going down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. I mean, I understand why he's denying it, because if he admits it, he's dead. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact, which is he was there. Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the two firearms, and we have an evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Schoen's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm.
Indeed it must. We can rule out that possibility that the man shot himself.
And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a third gun.
Yes!
Which can only have been fired by the third intruder. Yes! I knew it! I was right that there was a third gun! I was 3 steps ahead the whole time! I called it! There was a third gun. I mean, by now it's obvious, but when I talked about it yesterday, like, it wasn't obvious. So I feel big brain.
Goodness!
I feel very big brain. That's right, Mr. Graydon.
Grr.
The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank that night is you! Vamos a la mierda!
Hold it.
The brain's nuts are going into overdrive! Oh, look at him! Is he laughing?
You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here.
What? What's that supposed to mean? Hi, Nalu.
Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility?
What do you mean? What thought? What possibility?
The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may...
Are you kidding me? He's really gonna play the, I only saw what happened, I didn't do anything else card. After everything we talked about? He's really gonna try to say that to me? For fuck's sake, exactly! What the
You see... This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client.
What?
Oh, are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him.
He's really desperate, isn't he?
You what?
Clearly, he just saw what happened and got shot. Yeah, clearly, that's all that happened. Yeah, totally.
Order! 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 Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial.
Mr. Graydon.
Yes?
Oh, thank you. I was getting a little thirsty, yeah. Thank you very much.
I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully.
He's trying to claw his way out.
Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the man.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure. I can't wait for him to get, like, punched.
Van Zieks can smell the BS. Yes, at least he can do that. He may be a stupid racist, but at least he knows bullshit when he sees it.
While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shot himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. She didn't have blood on her, though. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
What? ¿Qué? ¿Qué tú habla? All of that was wrong! You're Peephole?
Oh yeah, the door did have a peephole. Yes. Where are the pictures? Wait. There was a... Am I going crazy? Was it made with the cat flap thingy?
What the fuck? Huh? What? What? Huh? Huh? What? What? Huh? Huh? What the fuck? ¿Qué? What? But how? Why? Huh?
Did Gina take the cat flap gun thingy? The court's not gonna believe this. I don't believe it.
Good gracious, this is quite the extraordinary testimony. Sir, we have a problem. You claim, sir, under oath to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger? Order! Order! Order!
It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit.
Bullshit.
So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now, as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details.
Yes, well, sorry about that.
Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. No, she wasn't. You say the blood spattered on the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time.
Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here.
Yeah, except that's not Windybank's blood. That's Mason's blood. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord.
What?
Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood.
Where?
So here's the true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
What? The hypocrisy.
There is blood on her coat, yeah, but that's not blood from Windybank. Also, like... her jacket's black, how could they tell? Yeah. And they won't take Shom's test invention as evidence. That's so hypocritical. I don't know what is happening, but Van Zeeks can suck me good and hard through my jorts. You don't want his rinky-dink racist lips on anywhere near your jorts. You don't want him anywhere near your jorts. He's dumb and ugly and racist, and I hate him.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Irishman.
Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand.
He's thick, though. God damn it. Alright, to give you a little rundown of the case. What we know so far is that this man, he is the owner of a pawnbrokery. He was shot dead in the pawnbrokers from the back through the heart, so he died instantly. He was found dead in the storeroom of his pawn shop. Like, over here. The accused, our client, was discovered in the same room, passed out, with the gun on her hands. What we've discovered right now is we're incriminating, or rather, we're trying to reveal that this man is the one who actually killed him. And these two were his accomplices, Mario and Luigi. They all came into the pawnbrokeries to steal a music box disc and a music box. This music box can play 2 discs, and there's 2 of these discs which reveal that they have Morse code. And those discs contain secret government information that has been that was being stolen to sell to Magnus McGilded, who was a guy we defended in the second case of the game, but he was actually the actual killer, so we got a not guilty for a killer. But then he died, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, that's kind of what's going on right now. It's a lot. We're like near the end, so it's a lot. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. There he goes. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Renaud.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Jimmy's coat. If they test it with their chemicals...
Oh, help! You're right! I was forgetting that what happened yesterday. Oh yeah, we have a chemical that, make the pixel summon one sapito for a sec. I want to test something. No! I'm not doing it! I'm not doing it.
No! No, you can't make me. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. You can't make me. I will not allow you to summon them.
Oh, we have a chemical that it identifies blood. It changes the color of blood. And we were able to identify who the blood belongs to by just, like, you know, information. We know for a fact this belongs to the victim of the second case, thrice-fired Mason, who is also, Graydon's dad, who is also guilty of this murder. And we found that the blood in Gina's coat turned purple. So we know that's how we figured out that Magnus McGilded was actually the killer, because this was his coat. And it turned purple. But that's not Mr. Windybank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood, from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time.
Sholmes isn't recognized by the law.
My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zix, make it so at once.
With pleasure, my lord.
And while we wait for the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be...
Counsel! Yes, my lord!
Your cross-examination.
Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. This is it! Oh, we also found out that Gregson is dirty, so that's unfortunate. Well, these referees are just no.
Hold it!
Get him! Mr. Windybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash was scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. Here's a twist car. Sometimes you can't save everyone. Oh, don't tell me that! Don't tell me that! Don't tell me that! He already had the revolver in his hands. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. Okay.
I've never been so scared in all my life.
Yeah, we're just your regular man and burglars. That's all. We don't like violence.
You shot Sholmes, though. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway running my eyes over the shelves of fortified items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Rico joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong.
I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer checked me over the blooming counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper.
The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you!
Sorry, Gov.
When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize that what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. It would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. What?! I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. It's a gunshot wound! My dude, that's gonna be bleeding for a while! Did Mr. Windybank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyways, it didn't quite strike home.
When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. And then he scarpered through that door out back.
At which point, what did you do?
We just want the tooth.
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door is a salt job made out of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it, about head height, that lets you see what's what in there from the outside.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And what about you, burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov.
I doubt these 2 buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windybank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant. Yes.
though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety.
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Whitneybank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And, as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you! Ah, but no, it wasn't the burglar's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windybank's gun grazed my arm. And yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to have been a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
No! But no other gun was found at the scene! Calm yourself, counsel. You must consider the events in order. At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes. Through the peephole, I saw it clearly. And of course, the stains are invisible now, but what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure.
But it's not Mr. Windybank's blood, is it?
This shit is wild, and I've only gotten to partake in the last chapter of the story. I know, and this is only the first game. There's a second game right after this one. I will not be playing it immediately after, of course, but something to look forward to. I'm excited to play that second game. No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when Matilda stabbed him 2 months ago.
It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't, so unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Bother.
Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Why'd you take it?
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. So I guess we can only use the peephole thing to our advantage. Yeah. That's weird, though. I never noticed that until now. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We made a bit of a mess around the corners. The counter, so Mr. Whistling Float here told us to tidy up.
He thinks he's our bloomin' bum sometimes.
Well, I was paying you enough, by God! Ugh. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbroker that night, was it by any chance the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a
little toe rag!
What? Whoa! Whoa! What's going on here? What's happening here?
Excuse me!
No, he said toe rag.
Something wrong, Sunshine?
Kind of? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin.
Blimey, this D's a bit of a hooligan, ain't he?
What was going on just now? What if he did say come rag, though?
You saw him, he grabbed me whistle. What the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station?
And why didn't you?
Course, we didn't know nothing about it. All that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not that, are you? God blimey. See the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D giving me the willies.
That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He would normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood. The accused overcoat. Oh boy, here we go. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel?
No, my lord.
Well, there you have it.
The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a
That's not right.
End of report. Goodness me!
Why does he do that? See? What did I tell you?
Objection!
That's not correct, though! No! The blood on the coat is not Mr. Windybanks!
What on earth makes you say that, counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windybanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on the overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my knee pony's friend? Because Jojo gentleman. Sorry? 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer.
Why? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. Fuck off! I call it a bully disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is.
How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop up.
It can't be done.
But, we used Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals.
Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I held out Birolski up to starving boy and he ran away crying.
I don't know, get Maya or the Fae ancestors here. Yeah, get Maya! Or a Fae. Fly a Fae here.
Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all.
How could you say that?
Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
No phase can help me now.
As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. No, it's not! The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth.
No, it's not! No, it's not!
My lord! Been a long battle, this one, but this old warhouse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman? Are we gonna do another summation examination? As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir!
Guilty.
Oh, boy.
Guilty.
No!
Guilty.
No!
Guilty.
No!
Guilty.
Stop!
Guilty.
No! 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 Summation examination! I call for a summation examination! No! Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. Did I do something wrong? Did I do something wrong? Is this one of those cases where it's like, if you don't hit the very correct, like, thing, you fail? Oh no, did I do something wrong? The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Then you're wrong! I can't save Gina! I refuse to believe that this is the outcome. Fuck you! Yes, to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. Ah! I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing. To be held in such low esteem. Eh? Eh? Oh. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? You've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo. Eh? That scientific truths are determined not by science. What? But by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Shit! Am I going mad? Ah! Mr. Schultz! Our boy's back! He's out of the hospital! What is the meaning of this? Look at his leg! The fucking Magman Sharms! What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in the hospital. As well I would be. Had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hallie! It's really you! You're awake at last! Let's fucking go! Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will hear me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us that time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zieks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly! Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. as I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes.
Oh.
Very well done. Counsel, you have 5 minutes.
Thanks for that, Van Zeeks. Yeah! He's right next to us! The gang's all here! Oh, if only Susato was here. This would have been perfect if she was here.
My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival.
Mr. Sholmes! Are you alright now?
Alright, I'm all wrong.
What? Sorry?
I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may be proved too much for me. Pray forgive me, should I pass out?
Oh no! Do you remember the cutscene just before the trial? You mean, I mean, yeah, I knew he was up, but I thought he was, like, still resting. He's still in the process of recovering. Is Susato dead? No, she's not dead, but she's not here with us because, we received a telegram that her father was sick, so she had to return back to Japan, so she's not with us anymore. Which makes me sad. I miss her. Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Harley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Ah, well. That concoction of mine really was just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part.
Right. Modesty? Surely not.
But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow.
Eh? What's that?
A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato.
Susato! From Miss Susato?
If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor.
I don't understand. Everyone say thank you to Susato!
Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe.
Dang, how smart is she?
She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, Mr. Neruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril.
She packed us a losing lunch. Shut the fuck up, Oz! We're not losing!
At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel.
Yeah, she's really smart.
Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present for Susato-san. Whatever could it be?
What is it?
Eh?
What is this?
Oh! It's the machine I made.
The cat door maker. Or the cat flap maker.
Yeah, kitty. Meow. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention.
What is that?
I call it the cat flapper-mat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds.
So now we can present this. Shove it into Eggman's face! Yeah!
What's Susie up to?
Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant.
No, that's not true, Susato! You probably just saved our lives!
What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say, that I've been a complete failure.
Why? Sasato, you probably just saved our lives.
Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Windybanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mr. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That...
Oh, she made the people?
Oh! That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic, then. Sato-san used this cat flap-o-mat that night, but why?
There he goes. Your 5 minutes is over.
We're out of time already?
Well, it was 5 minutes. Hey, Sholmes. Are you gonna testify?
I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend would consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder.
Mr. Neverhead, yes?
The rest is down to you, my dear fellow. What is your plan?
The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. Oh, okay, hold on. A man's bleeding and you decide to make a hole in the wall. Well, he wasn't bleeding. He wasn't shot. He was definitely injured, but not shot. I mean, he was shot, but he didn't suffer a bullet wound. If anything, he suffered chemical burns. My lord, the defense requests, you think the game's going to be like, all in or nothing, baby, shoots down all of your lives? I mean, they did do that in one of the games. I think in the original trilogy. In the second game. Yes, they did something like that in the second game. Yeah. Yeah, hold on. So we found out that Sholmes was shot. He was shot, so an injury. Yeah, but it wasn't a bullet injury. The pouch, it saved him from the bullet, so the bullet got stuck here. But it caused the chemicals in his pouch to explode, and that was his injury. He suffered chemical burns and maybe glass. And maybe glass in his body. That could also be a thing. What do I think? Oh, so there's like little drills here. Okay. Well, cross-examiner can persuade the jury somehow. I think... Oh, no, absolutely. He was injured, and he's in pain. And he did say that he barely has the energy to stand. Naruhodo seduces the jury. No, yes. I feel like... I think the best case would be more cross-examination. Because we did just get new evidence. I did save, so if I made a wrong move, I can just go back. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a witness now.
Objection!
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with the one of an existing witness. What? Your Honor, Exhibit A! My fat ass!
It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper.
Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah. The cross-examination wasn't, like, over. It was put on hold, so we can still continue it. It's still going. The judge hasn't stopped it. So we can still keep going. Yeah, my thought process was because, there's really nothing to say it to the jury, because they're convinced. It's not really a case of them misinterpreting the facts. It's that we have to expose something in the cross-examination. That's why I went with cross-examination. Like, a summation examination would be a waste of time.
So nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon,
The court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd! The sip emote is very useful. I'm glad you're enjoying that. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur with the defense and is entirely within its right to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it.
Knucklebab.
A single chance to present evidence? If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further, my lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Nebuchadnezzar, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. What? I leave this in your capable hands. They couldn't give him a more graceful falling animation. They had to use that one. Mr. Shows passes the fuck out. He's just dead. He's dead. He died. Dies. To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind, or an extraordinary lack of feeling. Could be both. Oh my god, he fucking dead. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. Yes, we are. Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down. Or Iris. Yeah! And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Ooh! Oh, that's how you know this is the last one. This music! Oh shit! This is boss music. Oh, this is so good. This is the boss theme. Okay. Alright, we need to think carefully about this. Let's see. I was near the fancy shop. When Winnie threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. Why am I suddenly hearing boss music? Volume is low? Yeah. Oh, is it like way too low? Can you not hear the game? Hold on. Is the volume low? Was it low this whole time? Oh no. Was it low this entire time?
Oh dear. Oh dear. I'm so sorry if oh man. Why didn't anyone say anything? Ah! We can hear fine. Don't want it to drown you out. Oh, okay. Okay. Alright then. Are you sure? Are you sure it's okay? I'll take your word for it, I suppose. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry if it was like too low. Okay. Let me know if I should raise it or not. It's been perfectly fine for me the whole stream? Okay. Alright. Is it good for everyone else too? I hope so. Let me know. Please. We know that's true. I pursued the man, he showed himself in the store, but I couldn't see I could see him through the peephole in the door though. I think I'm supposed to press this. Music up. You want music up? Want music up? I'll give you music up. Music up! Music up, baby! Music up, baby! Yeah! Okay, I shouldn't get distracted. Sorry. Let's see if it's like around here. There we go. Maybe here's better. I just don't want it to be too loud, you know? Let's continue. I believe we should... Can we press? It gave us... We can press and present one piece of evidence, so... Let me save just in case.
Hold it!
Mr. Graydon, I take...
Objection!
Okay, so... Really? Oh, we literally can't press. Okay. It has to be evidence. Alright. Good to know. Good thing we saved. We only have one shot at this. Okay. Maybe this?
Objection!
Damn it, you say?
Really? Really? What? If I can't press it, and I can't present anything, that was the only thing I could think of, other than this. The picture that didn't have the peephole, because there's no peephole here. Don't tell me anything, by the way. I don't want backseating, please. Don't tell me anything. I want to figure it out on my own. I saved, so it should be fine. It was the blue badger. We don't have the picture of Graydon when he was there. Haha, you can see the difference in the counter. Maybe here?
Objection!
Really? Not here either? I could have sworn.
Hold it!
Objection!
Really? Nothing? Really? Don't say anything! Does it really have to be the gun? But like, what does that prove, though? Does it really have to be the flap-o-matic? I thought it would be like, what does that prove anything? Or whatever. Maybe it's just that simple.
Objection!
Oh, it was that simple. Oh my god, really? I thought we had to like prove it one at a time. It's like there was no like peephole there. But no, there was. It's like, what? I thought it would be a little more complicated. Yeah, I know we had to present the gun, but I thought maybe after the photo, it's like, no, there was a peephole or something. I don't know. I thought it wouldn't prove anything. I thought we needed to give it more sustenance. You can't always just present every new piece of evidence you get, like, right off the bat. You gotta build up to it sometimes, but I guess this is one of those times. I guess I'm stupid. I'm thinking too far ahead, I guess. This is the final case! I thought it would be justified.
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel?
Oh, it's my cat flapper-mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of, and make a near little door in the middle of it.
I guess to be fair, there wasn't specific time to where the peephole got created. We know when. Well, we can't prove it, but we did learn that Sasato made the peephole while Ryunosuke was off chasing after Ringo and Nash. So up until then, there was no peephole. But then Sasato used it, and then by the time Ryunosuke came back, there was the peephole, and that's when he was able to look inside. And I just assumed that fucking Graydon only knew about it because everyone's been talking about the peephole. So he would just assume that the peephole was always there when it wasn't always there. And that was like my logic for it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners having to... I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves! Ah! But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what it has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine, in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windybank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork on the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. That's because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous! What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How
else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake?
Yes. How could you?
What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean.
Alright. It's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection!
Got him. This is a farce! Are you really suggesting that that peephole in the door was...
Yes. It was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant, using this device.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene, whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions.
That is the most serious act of vandalism. Yeah, well, you can't try her because she's out of the country.
For which I humbly apologize, my lord.
It was in the few moments that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony
is riddled with holes. Riddled with? Explain yourself, counsel.
The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon which he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door.
Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back.
However, if at the time of the incident that peephole did not exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen.
Grr.
In short, your entire testimony
is a pack of lies. Ugh. Order! 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 Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly! This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me.
I'm afraid not, sir.
Of course it is! Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door?
Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd! I don't believe it for a second!
I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Waggy! Gooey! Time for dinner! Are we gonna see Wagga High?
Cat!
Cat, 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 cat! Meow! Kitty, 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 gatito. Well, gatito.
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom at the Winniebanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was.
Yes, we can.
No, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps that my caplamat I can't read. The cat flaps my cat flappermat creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the people at Winniebanks are an exact match.
Also, it has our little logo in the doorknob, I just realized.
Oh, Silky's lost for words.
Cuts a cat flap into the courtroom. Excellent work, Iris, thank you. And now it's my learned student's friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all the facts. For the sake of argument, let's assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answers. Ah! What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof.
Pull out the photo, shove it in his stinky face. Yeah,
Yeah, you bet. I'm gonna pull out that photo and just be like, yeah, and then rub it all over his face. It's like that. Gonna rub it real hard right on his face. I can't reach his face because he's so tall, but I'll do it.
And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claims amount to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
What?
Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel?
Well, I'm gonna say, fuck yeah, we can prove it. We can prove it.
Don't give up now, Bruno.
Time for another stereoscope!
This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing.
Sato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world! That's right! She's the best!
Very well.
Oh, very well. The counsel for the defense will now present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Windybank's storeroom was created after the event and not before.
Yeah, I got it. What I was trying to present earlier.
Take that!
What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again?
Anyone who says that Susato isn't great is wrong. She's 16, and she's the smartest 16-year-old in the world.
My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario. I made sure I had the necessary proof.
And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel.
This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises.
Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defense's spoken.
Shut up! But, more to the point.
It pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Ugh! Mr. Graydon. Ugh.
You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door.
Ugh.
In other words, your testimony
Speen is a catalog of lies!
Maybe you should have been a ballerina instead of a communication stations worker.
Order! 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 I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly... Good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zeeks?
My name is Ashton Grayson and I... Speen!
The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer.
Are you What?! Are you kidding me?!
Yes, that's right.
What?!
I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all.
He's looking a little messy.
Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here.
Oh, please. No! I don't believe this! God, I want to punch Van Zeke so hard. I hate his guts. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris? You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted.
I've never heard that saying, but I'll take your word for it.
Isn't that right, Una? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another.
No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
I want to see a fan cam of Ashley defending himself. This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Did someone tell him about the people? Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witness's testimony. Yeah, so either he heard everyone talk about the people and like made his lies based around that, or someone told it about it beforehand. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known about, namely, he knew about the third gun because he brought his own gun. The brothers had one, and he knows that Windy Bank had one. The bloodstains on the coat. I don't think he would have known about the bloodstains of the coat. It's either the people or the bloodstains on the coat. I want to say the people. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously, I... Yeah. Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windy Banks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of porn articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all.
Clearly not thoroughly, considering they missed the fucking bullet in the wall.
So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts, so we get through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. Yeah! And?
How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please? Lord Van Zeeks. Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you... Permission denied. You will stay! Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of the people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes. But the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. I wish it wasn't so. And in fact, considering our particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who is this person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? Yeah.
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Huh?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. It was Sasato! While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling, that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Sus, Otto! Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it was reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting that to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information? Yeah, we literally saw it happen. So that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Are you blind? Exactly. And the only person with the knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is the bloomin' outrage! Why would I be giving away details about investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that had transpired at the Pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed, following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. They did, though! Literally during Gina's testimony! Oh, I've just remembered something, Reno. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Guinea was testifying. Oh, yes, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve Miss McGilden's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the Inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. Literally, did no one see that?
It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little toe rag! You're making all this up! I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense.
What deal, counsel?
I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector.
The music disc! It was all for the disc! The music disc! Yeah. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with the witness would be considered a gross case of
I don't know how to read that word. Bruh! Exactly, bruh!
Well, I...
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponiese student's specialty.
I don't do that!
But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim.
Evidence?
Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal.
Logically, there is only one thing you could have asked for. That must be it. Rena, do you think it could be? Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. That time Gregson was shaking Nash to and fro.
I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness?
It's either the disc or the music box, because the second disc was inside the music box. He offered a never-ending fish and chips newspaper. I'm gonna say it's the music box.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson, beside this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? I was just kidding, Your Honor.
What are you getting at now, Sunshine?
Is it possible that this other top-secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice.
How the bleeding Nora could you?
We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windy Banks by Magnus McGilded, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So, I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets,
You covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the discs for details of the case. You little... Ah!
We got him! We got him, chat!
Order! 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 On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windy Banks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand over.
No, don't! Don't give it to him! It's mine, that is! Mine!
Oh, I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has been taken in as evidence now.
Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the sealing of government secrets.
My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. And do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush.
And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume? Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information.
Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized that there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony?
There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. And to think, had he not done that, Graydon would have gone free. He could have gone scot-free. So, in a way, Gregson helped us. No! God!
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Thanks, Gregson. You owe us a pack of fish and chips. Wait, what? In this room? Wait, it's here? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand.
Good gracious, then, you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes!
Yes! The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely! They could only have struck a deal with each other when Guinea was testifying before, and Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please! Order an examination of his personal effects immediately!
Well, Inspector?
Looking at him eat makes me hungry. He's been eating it!
This young lad wants to turn down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search.
What? He's going to agree to it?
I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded.
That sounds serious. Yeah, I think so too. Someone else probably has it now. He starts stripping.
Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government would be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Runa because you're scared!
That accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences.
Come on, Gregsy, show us the goods, babe! Yeah, lose the shorts!
I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord.
Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects?
Search someone else!
Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nippon stubbornness may well land you in some hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff!
Objection!
Objection!
Oh. Why the little slap? Why the little baby slap?
The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me! No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Must it at last have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Is he, though? Be quiet, all of you! Who screamed? Iris?
Bruno's doing what you all told him to do, and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
It's not really the British way, but I applaud you for being a good sport. I'm sorry, Iris, but British people aren't as honorable as you.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Don't be hasty, my lord.
If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. So, I have two guesses. That's what she thinks the British way should be, at least. That, and she's an honest child, yeah. So, I have two theories of who it could be. It could be Graydon while they were talking to each other. Or it could be Nash from when he was shaking him like a maniac earlier. Those are my two theories. I'm more inclined to believe it's Nash because he literally had his hands on him. But maybe these two sneak the disc while they were chatting while Gina was testifying. But I vote Luigi. Let's try Luigi.
Take that!
Try Susato.
Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Eh? Blimey! Me? Him? Very well then. Bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard, has to object to this search.
Oh, I was right!
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks! I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial.
Ouija time, whack his pee-pee.
Oh, now he's panicking. Yeah. I like how Van looks. Well, unfortunately, he's racist, so... I like his design. I think he's cool looking. But he's dumb and racist and mean, and I don't like him. That's two people now, Car. Smacks him. Yeah, exactly. Smack him. There's so many times I want to punch him and throw a wine bottle at him. He's so mean. I hate him.
Bailiff, carry out the search.
Also, hi, Poppy. Welcome.
Now, hold on, Mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc.
Cut it out! Smackers him.
lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this! We got the second disc! Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing!
Ah, cat's got your tongue, eh? There you go. Regular disc slam. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded.
Speed!
Is it not Inspector Gregson?
Ah! Vamos a la mierda! Yeah! Let's go!
Order! 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 Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself?
Despacito! Good boy! I mean, just go and flame it, Bennett!
I said Bonnet, but it's Bennett.
Go on, Bennett! I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc! Honest to God!
Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here?
In before the end credits where Naruhodo gets to throw a wine bottle at Van Zieks for the error of his ways. God, I fucking wish!
The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no?
Without question, my lord.
Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
I don't recall. What unusual behavior?
It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. Meanwhile... While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently.
Yeah, he did and all. I thought me noggin was gonna fall off clean off. I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother was.
And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistling like that, a stone shaking me. What the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when you got down the station? That's what he said. He had it right down my ear, all he did. But it's still throbbing now.
The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
Well, bless my wig! He hid it! You. But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law! He could have submitted the item as evidence!
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
Why ever not?
As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions.
My orders were: recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush? A top-secret assignment, is it?
As far as we're aware, the information was stolen. The information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Can we still listen to it, though?
Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question.
So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
Does this mean
He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense.
Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal?
I guess, but still. He's gonna suffer extreme consequences.
Oh, Teeny! Hi! Hello, Teeny! Thank you for the bits!
We are in the thick of it, my dude!
Hello, you! How you doing?
Aww, you're so sweet.
Admit to it. Yours truly, please. Is he seriously going to deny it?
Mr. Graydon!
Clearly our Eastern visitors have an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection!
No, you. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the people?
I'm under no obligation to explain.
What?
Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit. So sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy.
I have no idea what any of that is about.
Oh my god, he's seriously gonna deny it all.
You... What?! Whoa! Thank you again for the bits! Wow! Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
He can't talk about it, so he won't say. Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done has been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions.
He's not even British, he's Russian. Yeah, there's so many twists and turns and loop-de-loops and all sorts of things in this case. Holy shit!
This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely I have encountered such extraordinary
that word. There's so many words in this game that I don't know how to read. I'm so sorry.
Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of the Queen of the country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking in this case. It's all blurred to me.
Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop! Currently in presence of idol. Stop!
Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say.
I don't believe it! These 6 jurors they're going to believe Gregson! If they declare their decision now! Is Kenny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose! Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Whitneybank or stole those government secrets. Or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Actually, did I? No, it wasn't submitted yet. Shit.
Well then, counsel, I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court.
If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. Let me see. There we go. Oh, we're in the thick of it.
So there's no choice then, Reno. You have to throw some more evidence at them.
This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against, Gregson or Graydon?
The only thing... Yeah, there's no way we can leave it to the jury. Yeah, no, they're useless at the moment. The only thing I can think of is maybe Gregson. Maybe... Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But which... My only idea is maybe presenting the music box to Gregson. Because, like... Yeah, show him the music box. Yeah. You're thinking what I'm thinking. Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. The music box, right?
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGilded's peculiar music box, Counsel?
Yes. With the disc already in place, ready to play, I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, speed! With the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well!
Goodness! This disc, Counsel!
Hold it!
No! Wait! I can't let you do that!
Threaten to leak the info to the public, exactly! Why not?
Because it's got nothing to do with this case! That's why!
Objection!
Then you can't say that we can investigate it. Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were a part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
For crying out loud, Sunshine! We're talking about state secrets here! If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason!
Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness?
You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of an entire British government, you idiots!
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
Don't you dare!
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Holy shit, Ryunosuke is so fucking cool! My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zeke, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Leg! Inspector, should you know my methods by now? I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul. No! Leg. If only he wasn't racist. I will admit his animations are pretty good, but God, I wish I could, like...
Very well, the defense's stance here and that of the prosecution have been made very clear, I feel.
He may be racist, but he's sick though. Don't defend it! No! Please understand. Please, Rock, please consider. Not only is he racist, he's also white.
Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request,
says Nipponi's once. He said it more than once, Rudy! Not only has he said it more than once, he's also, like, questioned our intelligence, questions our country's intelligence, made it, like, questioned our judgment just because we're Japanese. Like, he basically, like, talks about us as we're lesser because we're Japanese. It's just accurate, weeb. I know it's accurate! That's why it makes me angry! Just because it's accurate doesn't mean I have to like it! I know it's accurate to the time. Of course he'd be racist. That doesn't mean I can't hate him. Now the country, yeah. The court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. It's time! This time, with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. It's time, ladies and gentlemen, members of the chat. It's time to listen to government secrets. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Hold it! Alright, I admit it! Whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up! Oh. Got him. We got him. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? He can't deny it. It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me, at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge. Not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The people in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that! Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury! I did. But then it turned out the people had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this.
You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank.
You.
Whoa! Whoa! Traitor! Whoa, 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 whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa! Gregson! Ah, he's gonna kill him! Oh, God! No! Oh. Bailiff! Restrain the man! At once!
Is Gregson okay?
That's it then. It's all over.
Holy shit, we did it. We fucking did it.
Objection! I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me.
Oh. Tragic backstory time?
So, I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets. Why?
Sad villain backstory, yeah. Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in the squalor could ever imagine. And one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded.
Oh.
You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me a little plan now. I was to steal the Ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the Ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The law of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier.
Oh. Oh!
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh?
He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. I've got some work for you, father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought to school with me. There are two, actually.
I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft.
Oh no. Oh no.
That's how I had him make the 2 discs. Thereby splitting the information in 2. You were taking considerable precautions indeed.
I was to protect myself as much as anything. It was to protect myself. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of the deal. The exchange of the second disc. Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already. But it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Grayton. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles.
Oh. Oh.
But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you let your old man do it. Understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore."
He saved him.
That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the discs was taken from him, and he never returned home.
Moral of the story, McGilded was the true villain of this game. Yeah. So it's a good thing he's dead. It's a good thing he died. Did he set fire to the omnibus?
It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. So, after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name.
Speen.
To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways.
I think we are, yeah.
To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that... I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. So it was him! That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man! Everything's ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. It was not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
So the policeman who came to tell McGill that he could examine the omnibus again.
That's right. An imposter. Hired by me.
Oh, I thought it was him.
McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine.
Sauce.
Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him a one-way journey to hell. Holy shit. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a lot of loose ends, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Windybank's pawnbroker. Hey, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I've put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so I'd roll. I've never heard of a pawnbroker being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. Sholmes said the same thing.
Poor Gina, she got into this mess too. She's just a kid and she got mixed up in all this without realizing. Poor girl.
So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Windybanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline, and he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went into Windybanks to redeem the articles, but unfortunately she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in his pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the Sterling government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector! You've recovered fast! My orders were to cover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellas' possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbroker that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you two doing in my shop? Oh.
A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm.
The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb.
Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case.
So he shot out of reflex. What an absolute Rube Goldberg machine of drama and twist. This is like fucking Yakuza. If Yakuza's like this, I need to play that game. I actually have Yakuza 0, but I haven't like played it yet. I would like to play it, maybe even stream it, if it's possible.
Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Whitney Banks on that wretched night.
Play Yakuza? I would like to. I'll have to see if I can. Oh man, that's a sad story though. I kind of feel bad for him, but also I don't. I feel bad because now he's gonna die. He's gonna be... I do kind of feel bad because now he's gonna be executed. He's gonna hang now. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. He's right, you know. Yes, I think I have. I mean, to be honest, none of this would have happened if McGilded wasn't like that. None of this also would have happened if this guy didn't bring a gun. Ooh, this music. Fight fire with fire. Yep.
Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial.
You can say that again.
However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank and the stealing of government secrets.
It's all because of the Irish.
Very good. And you, Inspector. Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. At least he's taken it in stride. Yes, my lord. Of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains, whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. A crime is a serious one, Inspector. And inexcusable.
I don't hope he gets I really hope he doesn't get executed.
Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Yeah?
It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir! Garrodet Squadron, standing by, sir! This is really it now. The last push! The final call! The finishing whistle! My men are ready to deliver their verdicts.
He didn't murder a man, but he was an accomplice. And, like, you know, there's a whole thing with, like, government secrets. I don't know. Maybe he won't. Maybe he'll get off easy. Because he was working under the ministry.
Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decision to the court.
Not guilty.
Yay!
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 Not guilty.
Yay! Yay! That's the stuff! I'm off the hook! Finally, Bruno, you finally managed to do it! Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Yay!
Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet.
Eh? What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider.
Eh?
2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not?
Very, very perfectly timed.
And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windybank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilder's property, it seems.
Eh? I never done nothing of the sort! Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilder's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Aw, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Guinea this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that when played together, the music box that contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel.
I wonder what the Morse code said. Now I'm curious.
Quite so, my lord.
Ah, no! My own Morse code is going off! Ah! Shut up!
Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. To demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire court.
Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so...
If I may say something on that point,
Isn't that... Oh! It's, about the sounds produced by that music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me.
goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession, one feels.
But I must say that in my opinion, the sound produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones. What? Can that really be? If it wasn't Morse code at all? Slap. My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are
you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine!
This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know McGill did conspire to trade national secrets with our enemy's secrets. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me! Me too! Oh, Iris is thinking.
Miss Lestrade,
Yeah, my lord?
that which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing.
Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity.
An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums.
I beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes.
Gina,
But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you wanted to change, you gotta start it. You gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regards to the murder of Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of the pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty!
Yay! Yay!
what if the code is just bagels, eggs, cheese, soda?
Oh, she's got. Ah!
She shot her own!
Yay! We poppin' tonight, boys! Yeah, baby!
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Yay! Yay! We did it! Woo! 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 Woo!
Oh. Can I have some of that? On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my far eastern friend. He stopped calling me Nipponese! Is he finally gonna stop being racist? Oh! Despite being... Okay, never mind. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense of the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. Never mind, slaps him. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. So please stop being racist. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again, here in the courtroom. Oh? You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Eh? Oh? There's some drama in the past? Was he friends with another Japanese person and was betrayed? One Japanese person was mean to me, so I hate all the Japanese now. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of a man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. I'll never forgive those Japanese! It's like that one picture from JoJo. I'll never trust the Japanese! You meant at the hands of the betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Yeah, Spill us the tea, girl. Come on, bestie.
Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not.
Oh, come on. Don't be cryptic.
Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose.
There he goes.
So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again.
Bye. Play the sequel? I will play the sequel. Not now, though. But soon. I will definitely play the sequel. Sir, how much money are you spending on these glasses? Poppy! Poppy! You should have seen whenever this man literally throws the wine bottle into the stand! He's thrown wine bottles before, like whole-ass wine bottles. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah. Congratulations, Gina! I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent.
Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. Your result is your name.
What's that about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I?
No one ever has before, you see.
Kept a promise, I mean. Properly. That's awful. I figured something out today.
All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. That's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down.
Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar.
You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. Yeah, I can relate to that.
I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson.
Oh, well, if you say so. That made a fat load of sense to me, though.
I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure.
For crying out loud, pack it in!
But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright.
Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma! Boyfriend! Dead boyfriend! No! Stop showing me Kazuma! I'm gonna die! Just like he did. Ah! I miss him so much. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. Partner!
And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself.
Ooh.
After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption.
Eh? Sholmes! But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? He's still wearing the costume? That voice! It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling! Ah! Mr. Jones! Yes, it was me all along. You see? baby. He's such a baby. I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. Well, the bailiff's head turned like, what the fuck? I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Neverheado. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I helped you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. Wait, I thought the bullet didn't go in you, though. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Jones? Grabs your neck. Feel me. And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? What's all that pardon? Touch my neck instead. Me too, please. Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway, is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. I mean, Soseki is still alive. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean, like, God? Yeah, him upstairs. No, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some cows like that bog trotter what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world. So I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you which is to be admired, Mr. Lestrade. Oi! Just give a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations. Gina? Hee hee. Well, There you are, Hurley! How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear. I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon.
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
Damn, get roasted by a 10-year-old. I'll be careful. Ouch!
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Guinea tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's platter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offences. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bulk trotter stuff. What was it? What was in lug? Blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. The Darwin ain't an offense. It's a job, isn't it?
I don't think so!
Still, it has got me thinking of all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto?
Well, no. But I was never a pickpocket.
Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. Yeah! That's the spirit, Gina. That's a wonderful idea, Guinea, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Oh, nothing.
Miss Gina Lestrade! The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once.
No.
Right.
Well, looks like I'm off then.
Yes. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck.
Otto?
Yes?
Hmm?
Ah! 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 Don't shoot me, please! Ah! Ah! What was that for?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade.
Eh?
On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh. Oh, yes. It's good advice, Guinea. Come on.
Right, I see. Well...
Come on. Come on.
Thanks, Otto.
Oh. Oh.
Thank you for everything, what you've done. For believing in me.
Oh. Oh.
Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina.
I'm not crying, shut up.
Sorry. Sorry about that. I get a little emotional.
Okay. Oh. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. I hope so. Well, well, quite the indomitable pick-pass.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no! Oh, silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Not again.
Well, what do you say, Bruno? Hallie?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not! I have no intention to listening to anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then. Maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. I can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news?
A huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But there won't be a train, surely? We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Neverhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. The great detective does it again! Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria. Let's go see Susato off! Let's go see Susato! We gotta see Susato! We gotta go see her! We're gonna see her!
That took someone somewhat longer than I had anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Mr. Sato, where are you?
There she is! Oh, over there, look!
It looks like she's reading something.
Susato, whoa!
Hold it!
Mr. Sato, wait! What are you doing? Hey, bestie!
Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Mr. Sato? I deliberately altered the scene of the crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. Oh.
Oh. Fossilbot strikes again.
Thank goodness, Fossilbot. Thank you very much. Yeah. She can't be tried for it, but she will get in trouble, I think. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Scholes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean.
Thank you. Thank you for banning that, Oz. I appreciate it. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris.
That band's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages.
On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could make the cat flapper mat. If I could take the cat flapper mat. So I put it up my sleeve.
Really?
And then I rather forgot about it, until I found myself in Mr. Windybanks with it later that night. I see. And then...
Bang! Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo! Right! After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. A door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could be only behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So you used the cat flapper mat to make the peephole in the door. As captured in the photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed. It was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier. The trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. We were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right, but then I realized. It would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. Ah! For which a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Mr. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of the responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's. Mr. Sato, the truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime.
But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. I don't know about that.
This bitch is so smart. She is smart. Holy shit. She has a massive brain in that head. I cherish her. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Mrs. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life.
Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too, from my regrets.
I want to give her a big hug. And that's what makes her great. Yes! She's the best. Susato the best. Who the fuck is Graydon? Oh, that's right. She wouldn't know.
Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure.
But the revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration.
Well, actually, that argument wasn't as compelling as I thought it was.
Oh, it wasn't.
There was a communications officer among the jury member, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt that they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then, we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. Do you know what it said? A. Huh? Asogi? What? Huh?
Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny.
Asogi?
Wait! Iris, what did you just say?
Oh, I just said, Asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend!
What? What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris?
I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least.
Is the message in Japanese?
It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying?
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it?
And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says...
Is it Asogi or Asogi? I'm gonna assume it's Asogi. Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code.
Iris, would you let me see that? Mr. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Japanese Morse code! Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications.
Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version.
Be Be that as it may, Iris, show me that message, please! Of course! But what can this possibly mean?
Whatever it is in that long set sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Susato-san's face. Oh my god, what is it? There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is Kei Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second is Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third? Guregusan? Guregusan? Doesn't that sound like Gregson? Tobias Gregson? Gregson! Oh, it would appear Tobias Gregson is the 3rd man on the list. What's his name doing in the secret government communications as well? And the last name... What's the matter, Mr. Sato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh! What is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense! The last name... Jay Wilson... Iris's dad?! What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names it reads, if I translate it from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you've noted down, Iris. What? What? What the fuck? I just can't believe it. Who would have ever thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. What was it? It was Kazuma, Shin, Gregson, and Iris's dad. Who's Shin? It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. Is this a hit list? Oh god, is it a hit list? 2 of them are dead. Fuck. No! So Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo come from. Oh, Iris. That's right, she doesn't know. Oh, well... no. It's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there might be lots of J's among them. Right. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. Not my boy Gregson! This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Whitneybank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh, that gave me a chill. Honk! Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change into a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan.
You're really going then, Susie?
We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato.
Thank you so much. I wish you all the very best.
Mr. Sato! I had hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
Oh,
I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it.
really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I get to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript.
Ah. Oh yes. The Hound of the Baskervilles.
Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris.
Oh yeah, we still don't know how she knew about the title of that.
Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes?
Do you remember the first time we met?
Yes, of course. On the SS Buria, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown.
You know very well what I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy.
Miss Susato.
And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that. I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Goodbye, Susato. We love you.
Anime cutscene.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
Look at them. Oh, One Eye's there too. Goodbye.
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
Oh.
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead.
That's a game.
Of course there will.
That's the third game in the trilogy.
Whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
Oh, I love this beautiful boy so much. He's playing the violin.
After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
I'm getting all emotional again.
Sorry. Popping my fingers.
Eh?
Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently.
Eh? Huh?
It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and how it was all your fault.
Huh? Oh, he's doing the thing! He's doing the thing that we do in every Ace Attorney game! The huh? He's doing the thing!
I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mrs. Sato,
You love defending yourself in court.
Huh?
It's all right. I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something like so outrageous. See?
why is it do I suddenly feel like screaming? Mr. Sholmes? Yes?
A word, if you don't mind.
Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow.
Oh yes, I love Runo's words, and I know just the one he'll use, yeah.
Then, I really must say,
Objection!
that's such a gentle objection.
We did it! We beat the game!
We did it! We beat the game! Woo! Shoot, Takumi, you fucking mad lad! You still got it, you madman! Oh man, it's so good. It's so good.
In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot. Though it transpired I had ordered them all myself, so I advertised them for sale, used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned, consulting detective work, pays a pittance by comparison.
Ah, this guy.
Woo! Yeah! Woo! I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast.
Well, cooks is an overstatement. Some dry toast and insipid coffee.
I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts.
Yasumasa Katagawa, your music? Mwah. I love this game.
Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Rarely do rare Coben coins hide under rare stakes themselves.
Well, I don't know, sir. Knows his father is an innocent man. And are you calling him... The courtroom is no place for your petty arguments.
Woo woo. Woo woo.
What I think, I love this game.
Hosonaga!
Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board.
I've done nothing wrong! All I did was give Wangahai's offspring refuge in my pocket! A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal? It's not fair! Soseki, I was carrying kittens! Oh, I miss Hosonaga and Soseki. I miss them.
Oh, you! Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. A dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect harmony. I don't know if that was a word. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment.
It never ends for him. Just bad luck. Oh, I'm sorry. I have the credits up. I like the credits in Ace Attorney games. I like these little like epilogue stuff. Hey, Gregson! Latest Rents magazine is out, and I'm in again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Wanna hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Her ladyship puts me to shame. It seems like he's doing okay, at least. This guy looks evil as hell. I feel like he'll play a bigger role in the next game, because he didn't do much in this game. He... Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Journey, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those ball of stairs every day has done wonders to the dicky bag. Managing rather well with the housework, too. Got this maid business tapped up, I'd say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid. Hehehe. At least he won't have, like, T-burns on his cock anymore.
Yeah! Hey, it's these two! My Burley is back on the beach again, all thanks to the... There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out small change. I'm a bit above me now, looking out for Londoners, their dropped happenings, and my lovely wife.
Oh, Pat. Oh, Raleigh. These two are cute. I like these two. I'm glad these two are okay. I was worried about them. Glad you're not dead, Guregu-san. Alright, who's next? Giddy!
Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for another, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them.
I hope we see her again in the next game. He kept his job because of Zeke's. A surprise, huh? I suppose. Maybe he'll be less racist in the next game. Hey!
Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets? Please.
Give over, bruv. That ain't the Ash we used to know. We got Tom in here and plans to come back to Middleton and Skulkin's milk run, huh?
The three Musco Watsits, milking the neighborhood for all it's worth. Oh my god, these three! They have such a funny dynamic, these three. Actually, are they allowed to have like the same cell? I don't think that's allowed.
Susato! This past 6 months has been time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well.
Ooh, Susato, Susie, I carry you so much. Oh? Oh, that's so cute! Oh! Oh, that's so cute! Oh, I want to squish Ryunosuke's cheeks together and my little puppy man. Oh. Ah! Ah! Look at him! No, come back. Oh, what a good fucking game! Family moment. Ooh. We get to see the models of all the characters now, like the full models this time. There's Aochi. Hosonaga. You know, I would like to see Hosonaga in his inspector uniform and not a butler's outfit, or rather a waiter's outfit. Shows radiating cat vibes in that pic too. Racist! It's that racist bitch! You know, Von Zeeks is a racist asshole, but he wasn't as bad as her at least. Somewhat. They were both awful in my opinion. Praises? Complaints? Okay. Praises, I gotta say, holy shit, this game and its quality is astounding. Like, the stories are wow, the characters are super charming and lovable, even some of the witnesses. It's accurate to its time, of course. The music is mwah, mwah, mwah. The art direction, all of it, I loved it. It was so good. Complaints? I would say some of the cases are a little too long, but, you know, it's fine. Oh, Kazuma! He stops because he died! So now we're all alone! Ooh. Oh, there's you! Murderer. Nah, it was probably an accident. But I guess my only complaint with this game, if you can even consider it a complaint, is that the cases are very, very, very long. That's for sure. Even the first case like took us like 6 hours, if I remember. And even now, we were in like the final, like we were like
like in the act. We're like near the end of this case, and this took us 6 hours. I don't think I have time for art stream anymore, which is unfortunate. But oh, it's fine. I'm glad we got to finish this game. All in all, this game was really good. I enjoyed it, and I'm definitely looking forward to playing the second game. And I hope you will join me in that excursion as well. Beppo.
Magnus McGilded.
He's not that short. They were playing up Magnus McGilded like he was really short. But if the model is accurate to his height, he's not that short. He's like slightly shorter than Susato. This last one took us 12. Jesus, you're right. Okay. It's a strong start though. Yes. This was so fun. I wish I'd been able to tune in from the start. Genuinely had a great time. I'm so happy you had fun! We did this case yesterday, so it took us a total of 12 hours. That's true. This case was super long. But I enjoyed it. It was a wonderful story. And it left me at the edge of my seat. And Biggest Bull, I'm so happy to hear that. That really puts a smile to my face, truly. We truly went to la mierda. And I hope that you will join me for when we stream the next game. Because that's definitely gonna happen. Like, I guarantee that. It won't happen tonight for obvious reasons. Maybe on Monday we will start it. Ace Attorney Mondays. Holy shit, Van Zeeks is tall. Yay, I'm so happy! Thank you, I'm so glad. Yes, I imagine the next game will be much longer. But it'll still be fun. I will be laughing in my corner. Damn racism genes make you tall as hell. Look at Gina go, loading up her little grenade launcher. Ah. God, he's a giant. He's taller than Sholmes even. Oh, look at the way Sholmes and Ryunosuke are walking. They're like synchronized. They're like synchronized. That's so cute. He's tall from standing on the backs of minorities. Art stream on Friday? Maybe. I was thinking of doing Chrono Trigger on Friday. But maybe I should make it an art stream to make up for, like, the lost time. Because we couldn't do art stream today. Ah, look at the boys! He's standing up Tiny Tim and Tiny Jim. And that was the Great Ace Attorney. Wow, what a game. What a game. You playing Chrono Trigger? Yeah, I was playing. Ah! My boys! My boys. Ooh. God, that caught me. What was I saying? Oh yeah. I was planning on playing Chrono Trigger. Maybe I'll still will. And that's the end of the adventures. Next time, resolve. Listen to that music though. Post scenes? Wait, really? Oh yes, yes. I know what you mean. I do have the costumes like turned on for the second game. For anyone who's not aware, the second game had DLC costumes, and because I believe I pre-ordered this game, so I have got them.
So here's a costume for Ryunosuke. Look at my boy, looking spiffy and spam. He got that drip. Susato also gets a costume. Very cute. Very cute. And Sholmes gets a costume, which is... wow. Sheesh! I have to say, Sholmes' costume is pretty... wow. I love that he gets... I believe it's like... it might be a cat mask or a kitsune mask. It looks cat to me. Thoughty. Oh, escapades. Oh! What is this? Oh, I actually had no idea about this. Susato, your leg. It looks like Waka. What is this all? The first 8 escapades, Ryunosuke finds 2 troublemaking witnesses from his earlier trial having a battle of words in the defendant's antechamber, leading to a real tongue lashing. It's a kitsune mask? Yeah. Okay. I mean, I don't know. It could be a cat mask. I mean, the man is a cat boy. I believe if we look at the art in the gallery, we'll get like a better look at the costumes. Well, the concept art. Where is he? Where's my cat man? Sholmes concept art. He was gonna have dark hair. Oh my. Look at it. Look at this picture. It's so cute. Look at Ryunosuke. Alright, good night, Oz. I always come back to these concept arts because they're so cute. Is there no concept art of his, like, of the costumes? Of the DLC costumes? I thought there was. There it is. Oh, we can... since we beat the first game, we can see... the other characters. Look at all this art. There's Susato's dad. Oh, he's shaven in that one picture. Ouchie. The Winston, the pain of this game. The judge from Japan. One of the first witnesses. Iesanosa. And also Naga! I never noticed the little chick on his little rag! What the fuck? That's so cute! Oh, he's so handsome even when he's all beaten up. And then there's her. I hate you. I hate you. And you! I know you're not really guilty, but I do kind of have a grudge against you. I know it was an accident, but still. You caused the man to die. And it was Kazuma. It was an accident, but still! I hold a grudge. And then there's the judge. He's bald. Bald. And the first 6 jurors. So this is their full art. We got this guy, the maid, Mr. Lickknife, Morse code lady, horseman, and a little old lady. And then there's Soseki! Look at his cat! I hope Villain is having a good day. I hope he's having a good day too. The guiding principle of the design is sun and moon. Oh! Oh, I didn't even realize they were like the sun and moon. Oh, okay. And then there's these two. I like these two's designs. I think they were really cute. They're a really cute couple.
designed them as a single unit, 2 people moving and acting as one. The scarf that goes around them is an example of that. They were modeled on the idea of dolls, wooden marionettes or porcelain dolls, and were supposed to have a fantasy world image despite being virtually penniless, to bring out the genuineness of their sweet personalities. Aww! Aww, that's cute! And then there's Gina, and Gregson, this guy, and Eggy Boy. Alright. Ah, there we go. I'm not gonna look at all the pictures, I just want to see the DLC costumes. Look at the little mouse on Ryunosuke's shoulder. And with Sato, it's a little bunny. This costume is really cute. God, look at that picture of Salt in the corner! He's so depressed! My man's got depression! Fun fact, in Japanese, their names are kind of reversed. Where Raleigh is Patrick and Patricia is Lola. Ah, that's pretty cool. My poor man's got depression. Then we got Iris. And I won't look at the other stuff. Banui. But yeah. And here we can see a whole bunch of stuff, actually. Zooted off of his mind! Alright. I'm gonna be like... I'm probably gonna make the stream last longer if I go through all this stuff. Are these really long or really short? I don't know. You're about to play... Oh, it's an entire game. Oh wait, no, it's spoiler... Okay. It's an entire chapter, so maybe I'll do these in my own time? I might do these in my own time, because I want to keep playing this game another time, but I've already been streaming for 6 hours. And these probably don't have much to do with the story. They're medium long? Okay, then yeah. I thought they'd be really short, but if they're even like medium long, then maybe I shouldn't. Because we're already 6 hours in. So I would stop the stream there. I'm sorry I couldn't do art. I really thought that we were near the end, but I didn't think that this would take 6 hours. And it's like 2 AM for me. So I'm gonna stop there. Thank you everybody so much for stopping by. It truly means the world to me and that you had fun. We will be playing this game again. We will play the second game, but at a later date. Friday, I do want to play Chrono Trigger though. I still want to do that. So maybe I'll do that on Friday and do the next game on Monday. But yeah. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for all the redeems and all the funny jokes. Playing this game with you guys makes it so much more fun. And the bits as well. And I hope you all have a wonderful night. It truly means the world to me. And I'm glad you all had as much fun as I did. So, with that said, you have a wonderful night. And I will see you all next time. Goodbye! I would rate someone, but I am tired. So, yeah. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye!